17?
Yeah, like they're all separate males. But that's why we have 40. Or 17 and one is not one that she will.
Where you been, Antone? Having lunch already? Mexico make the World Cup?
I think they're waiting on the door to open. They're bringing one from the very back.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. 210, 12 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. Group 10, 12 and a half. Group 10, 12 and a half. Group 210, 12 and a half. Group 210, 12 and a half. Group 2 and a half. And 2 and a half. It'll get 2 and a half. It'll get 2 and a half. 5 and a half. 5. It'll get 7 and a half. Group 210 and a half. Group 210 and half. 10 and a half. Group 210, 12 and a half. Group 10 and 12 and a half. Group 10 and 12 and a half. What about 11? And 210, 11, 12. 11, 12 and 12. 13. It'll get 13, 14. It'll get 14. It'll get 14. 15 and 215. And 15. It'll get 15. It'll get 15. It'll get 15. It'll get 15. That's 214. 61. 155, 55, 5, 55, 5, 57, 5, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 60, we get 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, not 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, we get 70, not 70, 170, you get 70, and half 70, down 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 70, and 1 here, S, 170 on 2. Is that Dylan over there? Slim Shady. Like the manager? 135, 35, you go out 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, you get 35, you're going to be 35, 750, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, here's 40, and half 40, get 40, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 47 and a half, going to be 47 and a half, here, Doug, 145, 5. That what? I didn't even see it. Huh? Georgie, how was your show? You didn't make it. Spent the weekend in Dallas, huh? That's good for you.
Get fired.
30 cents a pound. 30, get 5. 30, plain old 35. 35 and 40, get 40, get 5, get 50, get 5, going to be 60, get 65. And now 70, get 75. And 75, get 80, going to be 80, 80, going to be 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80, 75, going to be 80 now, 80 now, 80, bit of 80, Doug, you bet 80. 5, 85, 85, 85. S1, 80. 155, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72 and a half, 75 here, 73, 75, 73, 75, 73, 75, and 73, 5, and 73, going to give out, 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 sold, 173, Cavanus 3. Got a big old rack, don't she? 125. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 27, 50, 30, going to get 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 35, going to get 37 and a half, going to be 40, and now 2 and a half, going to get 250, and 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, here S, 140, put them on number 9, put them on S on number 9. Who bid, Dylan? Is he trying to call me? You trying to call me? Coy. Tell them to call 239. Be best way. Kind of creeping on them back toes, isn't she? 50 cents a pound. 30 cents a pound. 35. 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, 35, 45, we get 45, we get 50, 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 and 45, 50, and 45, 55, 45, we get 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, we get 65, 70, and now 70, we get 70, we get 70, and now 70, and now 5, we're going to be 70, we get 70, we're going to be 70, bidder 70, here's holder 65, Ricardo.
Back there if you want to put them together. Put them back together.
How old are they?
7-year-olds.
7-year-olds? Daughter 5, and $100 here, going to be $100 here, going to be $100 here, 105 and 10, going to be 110 and 15, and 10 and 15, 20 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to be 125 and 30, and 35, going to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, going to get 35, going to get 30, and 5, and $35, 5, going to get 35. Dylan, not want to miss you on them two, 135, 135, and 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35, now 35 here, so 130, Ricardo 7. Eight, 9-year-old cows, 125, and 25, 30, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, and 27 and a half, 7 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 and 50 and a half here, 27 and a half, and 20, even 7 and a half, 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 Doug, 125, 5X. How come? 125, 25, and 25, 27 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, going to be 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 60, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 1, as it get 1, has it get 1, as it get 1, 2, going to be 3, going to get 3, going to get 3, going to get 5, going to be 5, going to be 7, and now 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 9, 69, 71, and 70, 71, 73, 73, 71, 3, and 71, going to get 3, 71, going to get $3, going to get 3, and 71, going to be $3, Jace, 171.30. Seven and 10, drop on, headed out of 5, 105, and 105 here, going to be 105 here, going to be 105, going to get 5, 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 10, going to be 110, 15, and 10 and 15, and 10 and 15 here, 10, 15 here, 150, 20, and 21, 20, 25, and 25, 25, 25, high, 30, going to get 30, and 25, going to get 30, and 25, going to get 30, 20, 35, and 35 and 5 here, 5 here, going to be 135, and 35 there, going to get 35, going to get 35, going to get 35 here, going to be 30, you get 5 here, 35 here, S, 130 on 3. Them Wagyus, 100% ain't they? Have a how do you spell Wagyu? G-Y-U. 8 and 10-year-old guys are shortbred right there in the first trimester, 150. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 60, 60, now 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 5, and 7, 7, 750, and 67 and 67, 50, and 67 and 70, we get 70, now 72, 50, 75, and 75, 77, 77, 80, and 80, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 5, 85, 87, going to be 87, 90, here, 190, 190, here, 190, and how to get down there. You're going to be 90, get down here. You're going to be 100 and 100 here. You're going to be 100 and 100 here. Jace, 187 and a half. 10. $55, 55, 55, 57, 60, 2 and a half, as it get, rub ya, 65, as it get, 7 and 7, 70, 72 and a half, 72, 50, 71, and 70, 71, 72, 71, down 2, 71, 2, 3, and 73, we get 4, and 74 here, 73 and 4, 73, 74 to 4, 74 to 5 here, 75, 75, 75 up here, 75 up here, you got Brad, and 75, and 76, 75, going to be 6 here, 6, 7, and 77, we get 77, we get 77, we get 77, and 76, 7 here, going to be 7 here, going to be 7, you're going to get 7 here, you're going to be 7 here, so 176, S21. Five to 8-year-olds, right, are checked up on here now. 55, 55, and 57. Going to be 60. Going to get 2 and a half. Going to get 5. Going to be 7 and a half. Going to get 70. Now 2 and a half. 72, 50, and 72 and a half. 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 2, 72, 71, 2, 3, and 73. Going to get 3, and 72, 3, 4, and 74 here. 74 to 4 here. 73, 74 to 4, 73, 74, 73, 74. We're going to be 4, and 73. Going to get 4, 5, and now 5. Going to get 75. Going to get 75. 600, and 76, 7 here. 77. Going to get 77, 78. $8 and 78, 77, 70, hey, you're going to be 77, you're going to get 70, hey, 77, now, hey, D, 177, 3. 5-year-old cows are 5 months bred. 3,500 and 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 35 and 3,500. You get 3,500 here. 5.5 and 37 and 35, 600 and 35. You're going to be 6.7 and 37. You get 37. You get 37. You get 37. You get 37. You're going to be 37.50 and now 8 and 3,800, 8.5 here. 8.5. You're going to be 39 and down high. You get 9.5. You get 9.5. You get 9.5. You're going to be 9.5. You're going to be 39.50 and 39 and 4 and 4,000 here. 40 down 1 and 4,100 here. 4,100 here. 1 and 4,100 here. 1 here. 2 and 41 here. What about half? 41.50 and 41.5 here. 41.5 here. 41.5 here. 41.50 and 41.5 here. 1.5 here. Sold them 4,100. What's the name? Mace. Nice cows, Mr. Mace. Seven-year-old cows are 4 months bred. 3,000, 31, and 31, Jigavon, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, we get 3,100 here, 3,000 here, and have 1, and 3,100 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 27.50, and 27.5, and 27.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, and 27.50, and 20, 7.5, going to be 27.5 here, and 27.3, and 800, and 2,800 here, 808 here, 800 here, 8.5, and 28.5 here, 8.5 here, 9, and 9, we get 9, and 28.5, 9 online, going to be 2,900, and 29.5, and 9.5, we get 9.5, we get 9.5, we get 9.5, going to be 29.50, and 9.5, going to be 29.5, and 20, we get 9.5, yeah, sir, now 3, and 3,000 online, going to be 3, and 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3, and 3,000, we get 3, and 9.5, 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3, sold 29.50. Horn, Mr. Horn. How old are they? 8 to 10 years old. They're 4 and 5 months bred. $55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and 2.5, 5, and 7, 70, 70, 2.5, 75 and a half, now 80, now 80, 80 give 80, and now 80 give 80, there, going to be 81, 81, 80, there, 2.5, 2, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, 85, 85, here, going to be 85, here, going to be 85, here, 85, here, Chris, 180, 2.5, 16X. Open them up. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57, going to be 60, going to get 60, 60, and now 2.5, 5, and 7 and a half, 70, 100, 70, 172 and a half, 75 here, 75, 5, 75, now 5, and 75, 75, 75, 75, now 5, and 75, 5, now 3, 74, 74 here, 73 to 4, 73 to 4, 74, 5, and 75, 600, and 75, 6, 75, yeah, Jay, 75, 600, and 75, going to be 6 here, 75, going to be 6, Doug, 175. 5. $65, and 75, 7, 70, 100, 70, 200, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 73, and 73, 74, 74, 75, 75, 5, 75, 6, 75, 600, and 75, we get 600, 75, 76 here, 75, 6 here, 75, now 6 here, 75, we get 6, Gibbon, 175, Gibbon. They opened or they just tested one way? 5 and 6-year-old tested one way. $65. Has it get five? 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 70, 70, and now 70, 70, 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 here, 75 5, 75 5, 77 and a half, 750, and 70, 77, 80, 82 and a half, group 2 and a 5, 85, 85, 87, group 87, group 87, group 87, group 87, 50, 87, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 6, 7, 87, 87, 80, 80, group 80, bit of a day, group 80, group 9, and now 90, group 90, group 90, group 90, group 190, and 190, group 190, group 90, group 90, group 90, group 90, 90, group 190, group 190, and 90, group 190, group Chris 189, put on number 3X. 6X by 2. She's got a chipped tooth or a missing tooth. What's the other one? And a 6 by 5. 6 by 2. 6 by 3. Let's just weigh them. Let's just weigh them, guys. 150. 155, 55, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 60, 60, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 250, and 60, 2 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 62 and a half. Chris, 160 on 3. $125 and $125, each 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, $125 pound, 105, 105, $5, $5, $5, $5, 5 here, going to be 105, 19, going to be 110, going to be 15, 20, and 25 here, 25, 25, 125, and 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be Doug, 125X. That'll be at 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 and 105 and 5 and 105 and 5 and 105 and 10. Good to be 110, 15, 110, 15, 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 20 here. Good to be 120, 120, 120 here. So 115. Terry, nothing. I kind of forget about you sometimes over there, Terry. I apologize. Sitting over there with all of his friends in the dark. Uh-oh. Red Angus, Antone? $1.25. 125, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 125, 30, 125, 30, 30, 125, 30, now 5, and 35, 40, 40, 40, now 40, and half 40, 135, 40, and 30, 40, half 7 and a half, 40, 47, 42 and a half, and 42 and a half, group 2 and a half, 2 and a half, group 40, 2 and a half, group 42, 50, and 42 and a half, 2 and a half, group 40, 2 and a half, group 42 and a half, 2 and a half, group 40, 2 and a half, S 149. $235 and $235 and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 250 and 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 4250 and 40, 2 and a half, group 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, give him bull, 240. Kent. Hi, Kate. 225. 225, 225, 30, and now 30, we get 5, we get 40, we get 5, we get 50, we get 5, going to be 260, 265, 70, and now 275, 275, 80, we get 280, we get 285, 85, 85, 85, here, 85, going to be 285, and 285, there, you're going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, 80, we get 5, here, 85, here, 5, we get Terry, 280, 12. $1.85, $1.85 there, you're going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, 85, $1.85, 85, 85, 85, and 50, and 5, and 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 70 and a half, 70, 172, 50, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, and 77 and a half, going to be 80, 81, 81, 81, 82 and a half, we get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to be 82, 50, 82 and a half, all the majors are out, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, going to be 80, we get 2 and a half, going to be 80, we get 2 and a half, going to be 80, we get 2 and a half, Ricardo, 180. $225 and $225 and 25, 25, 25, $225 and $225 and 5 here, 5 here, 7 and a half and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, we get 30 and 30 here, going to be 30 and 1 and 31, 31, 2, 1, 2, 3, we get 33, we get 33, 4 and 34 and 5 here, 35, 35, 6 here, 35, 600 and 35, it is 600, going to be 35, going to be 60 and 35, it is 6 sold 130 or 235, but I'm on this 61. $155 and 55 and 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 $55 and 55 here 60 and 55 60 now 60 we get 60 we get 60 times 5 and 5 top row yeah 570 175 and 75 here 75 75 75 2 and a half and 72 and a half 5 here 77 and a half 77 50 and 70 now 7 and a half 77 and a half here going to be 77 and a half 80 and now 82 and a half we get 2 and a half going to be 82 50 80 we get 2 and a half going to be 80 we get 2 and a half going to be 80 we get 2 and a half Ricardo 180 on 7. I'll go to Ricardo's. Yeah, I'll come to yours. I can't get on Antonio's. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Lane boot, $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 dollar bill 110 and $110 here 110 going to be 110 20 going to be 20 120 30 30 40 10 40 140 50 and now 50 140 50 and now 40 we get 50 40 and 50 we get 50 we get 50 40 and 50 we get 50 we get 50 here's on 140 S1. Red Bull time right there here $2 $2.5 and $2.05 we get 5 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 205 and $2.05 we get 5 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 205 here going to be 205 here going to be 205 and now 5 and $2.05 we get 5 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 here Chris $2 on 9. $1.50 $1.55 and 55, it is 16, now 65, and now 70, it is 75, 75, give 81, 81, 85, going to be 85 and 100, going to be 195, it is 95, 2, now 5, going to be 2, hold 5, 10, 210, 15, 20, and now 225, 225, and 225, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to be 225, and 225, 30, and now 30, it is 2, 37 and a half, and 7 and a half, 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 going to be 227, 50, and 227 and a half here, and bit of a half here, going to be 227 and a half here, S, 225, 61. 61. Yep. Antonio, I got an idea. Put your rodeo on Game Changer. Put your rodeo on Game Changer and we can watch it from our telephones. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 60, we get 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 72 and a half, 5 here, 75, 50, and 77, bit of a half here, you're going to be 77 and a half, you're going to be 77, 50, and 77 and a half here, you're going to be 77 and a half here, you're going to be half here, so 175, Gibbon Bull X. In August, you said? In August?
Only thing I don't like is too hot. You can die 1 or 2 and then I told her change it to October.
She's a 7-year-old. She's a fun. $1.35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, and 30. We get 7 and a half. Going to be 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40. We get 40 and 2 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, 50 and a half, 52 and a half. We get 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 51 and 51, 2, 2, 3, 51, 2, 3 and 53. We get 3, 4 and 53. We get 4, 5 and 55, 55, 655, 67, 57. We get 57. We get 50 here. Go to 9. We get 9. Go to 9. Bit of 9. 58 and 9 and 58. Bit of 9 here. Go to 9. We get 9. Bit of 9. We get 9 here. S 158 2. No age. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 40. We get 40, 40, 40 and a half, 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half. Going to be 60 and 2 and a half, 5 and 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70. We get 70. We get 70. We get 70 down here. You're out 70 and 2 and a half, 72, 50 and 70. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 70. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 72 and a half here in tone. 170. 55 and 55 and 55. You give 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60. We get 2 and a half. We get 5, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, now 70 and now 1 and 72, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71. We get $2.3 and 73. We get 3, 73. We get 3, 73. We get 4, 74 now 4, 73. We get 4, 73. We get 4 D 173 on 3. $55 and 55 and 55. You give 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60. We get 60. We get 2 and a half. We get 5. Going to be 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half. Kevin, that's 165 on 3. Not much to do back there this week. Okay. Didn't have anything else to do. Pretty nice cow, I think. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 57 of 57 of going to be 60. We get 2 and a half. We get 5. Going to be 65 and 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and 70. We get 70. We get 2 and a half. 75, 77 and a half, 80, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 87 of half, and 90 and 92 and a half. We get 95, 97 of going to be $2 a pound. Going to be 205, 210, 15, 15, 20 and 225, 220, 30 and 235. We get 30 for 40 and 240. We get 240. We get 240. We get 30 for 40, 40, 40. We get 40. Ricardo 235 nothing. Nice cow. 6 to 10 years old, right there, here, $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and down 60, 62 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, Jace, 170 on 30. Eight to 10 years old. They are 4 months bred. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 60 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, now 2 and a half, 72, 55, and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 7 and a half, 5, 75, 70, 75 here, Chris, 172 and a half, 16X. All 10s are open. 35 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a 42 and a half, 5, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 50 and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52, 50, 51, and 50, 51, 51, 51, 52, 52, 53, going to get 53, going to get 54, and 54, 55, 55, 55, 55, 600, and 56, 7, going to get 57, 58, going to get 9, 60, and 60 pound, going to be 9, 61, and 61, 61, 61, 2, 2, 3, going to get 3, and 3, going to get 4, and 4, 5, and 5, and 5, 65, and 65 here, 5 here, going to be 165, and 65, and 65 here, 5 here, 5 here, Chris, 164, 13. $50 and a half, 5, and $50 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, now 65, 5, and 65, and 3, and half 3, going to get 3, and 2 and a half, going to get 3, 4, and half 4, 5, and 65, 600, and 66, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, here, and now, 8, here, 8, here, going to be 9, and now 70, and now here, going to be 70, going to be 70, going to get 70, now 79, going to be 79, 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, here, going to be 171, and 70, 71, here, 71, here, 71, here, 71, here, Jace, 170, 40. 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to get 70 and a half, 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 72, 71, 2, 71, 2, and 71, 2, TKH bit, 71, 2, and 2, 3, and 73, 73, 10, 2, 10, 3, and 73, going to get 3, 72, going to get 3, 72, going to be 3, going to get 3, and 2, going to get 3, 10, 2, going to get 3, to 3, sold 172. Put them on this. 21. $135 and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, we get 40, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50, 50, and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, we get 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 60, here, we go 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 61, 61, 61, 61, 60, here, we go Jace, 157 and a half, 30. A whole bunch of these cows in there, guys, like 100 and something of these 3 ends. Right there, you're going to be Zane Nicholson's cows. Is that right, Liz? There's the first 17. 155 and 55 and 55 and 55, 57 going to be 60. We get 2 and a half. We get 5, 3, 4, 65 and 65 and has 6 quarter and 6 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 7 here. Going to be 67 halfway and down high. We get 9 dollar. We get 9. Going to be 9. We get 9. Going to be 68 now 9. 8 dollar 9 here. Going to be 9 dollar. Going to be 8 now 9 70. We get 71 and 70 71 71 71 71 71 here. 71 down here. 70 down 1 and 70 1 and 70 71. You done? 70 71 71 71 2 71 2 71 now 2 and 71 72 3 and 73 we get 3 72 going to be 3 dollar. We get 33 and 72 going to be 3 we get 3 here. Cabinets 172 3. One 55 and 55 and 55 55 55 57 going to be 60 we get 2 and a half we get 5 going to be 7 and a half going to be 70 170 171 71 71 71 72 and 71 2 and 71 2 71 2 72 3 and 72 73 down 2 3 and 72 73 we get 4 and 74 74 73 74 73 4 73 74 73 74 and 73 we get 4 73 we get 4 73 we get 4 73 we get 4 here Chris 173 20. Yep.
One time they said they'll kill cows.
Huh?
One time they said they won't kill cows. Remember?
Yeah. 55 and 55 and 57 going to be 60 we get 2 and a half we get 5 going to be 7 and a half 70 171 71 2 71 2 3 and 72 3 4 and 74 74 74 73 74 73 74 73 74 and 73 74 73 half 4 and 73 we get 4 73 we get 4 73 we get 4 73 74 here 73 74 giving 173 2.
Yeah, I remember one time they're selling cows and somebody yard one this cows and he said, hey, let's kill cows.
Yep.
Now it's getting bad. 500 cows today, Leah?
I hope not. I don't think so.
Or something. 400.
Allá para los vagones ahí no vamos a jugar de agua. Ayer en la mañana.
Keyboard again. There's a lot of blue color, the color blue out there today. Remember that day everybody was wearing, was it peach or turquoise? Was it peach? Everybody's wearing the peach color? Yep, the salmon and peach color. It's like, golly. Great. Of all the places that 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to get 7 and a half, 70, 172, and 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, going to be 171, and 72, 71, 2, 71, going to be 2, 71, going to get 2, 71, 2, and 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, bit of a 2, 71, bit of a 2, going to be 2, 71, 2, here, 71, 2, Chris, 171, 20.
More.
15, half 5, 55, you got 55, 55. Oh, got another one. My bad. There she is. 155, 55, 57, 57, 60, and 62 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 1, as it get 1, as it get 2, 2, 3, 3, and 2, 3, and 2, 3, and 2, 3, 63, and half 3, good 3, 3, 62, 63, and 4, as it get 4, as it get 5, as it get 5, as it get 5, as it get 5, 600, and 66, 65, 67, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 67, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 67, here, 67, about 67, and now 67, and 7, 7, 7, 7, Bradley House, 67, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, here, Cabinets, 166 on 3.
More.
35, and 35, and 35, you go about 35, 37, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, half, 39, 7, going to be 37, 37, 40, and half 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 46, 50, and half 50, half 50, you get 50, and half 1, and 50, 51, half 50, half 1, here 2, 3, 4, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, 6, and 57, and 57, you get 56, 7, 57, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 56, 7, and 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, hey, 57 of a, 57 of a, 57 of a, 57, $8, and 57, how, hey, 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 57, going to be, hey, here, D, 157 on 1. $55, 55, 55, you go 55, do what? 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, half, 57, 57, 57, 60, and half 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 65, and half 3, 4, and half 3, 4, going to be 3, 4, going to be 3, 4, going to be 63, 64, and half $3, here, 4 and half 3, $4, 4 and half, 4 and half 3, and 4, Cabinets, 163, 3. Thank you to the Nicholson consignment. Thank you, guys. From Leah. Big and red, isn't it? 2,500 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 2,500 here, 505 here, 5 here, going to be 2,500 and 2,500 here, 505 here, 5 here, 2,000, 2,100 and 21, 21, 21, 2, 22, 21 and a half, and 21 and a half here, 1 and a half here, 1 half and 2, and 21, 2 and a half, and 22 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23 and a half, and 23 and a half here, half here, going to be 23.50, and 20, 3 and a half here, half here, going to be 23.50, and 20, 3 and a half, going to be 23 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 23, bit of a half here, going to be half here, going to be half. Ricardo, 7,200. Crawdad Creek. 1 and 2-year-olds. Nice little outfit, guys. 3,500. 35 and 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 half and 35, 37 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50 and 37 of going to be 37 of going to be 37 of going to be 37, 50 and 35, 600 and 35, 600 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Pretty gentle. Looks like, guys, that means something. 6, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 of 8, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, going to be 3,800 and 37 going to be 3,800 and 3,800, 3,800, 37, bit of an 8 and 37, 30, 30, 30, 38, 9 and down high, bit of 9, 30, good of 9, 30, bit of 9, what about 9, 39 and down high, bit of 39, bit of 39, going to be 39, bit of 9 and 30, bit of 900, going to be 30, bit of 900, going to be 30, bit of 900. Chris, 3,800 on 8. Babies having babies, 1 and 2 year olds. 3,001 and 31 and 31 and 31, 31, 31, 3100 here, 1 here, 1 here, 31 2 and 31 2 and 32, 32 3 and 33 3 and 33 4, 33 4 and a half 4 and 34 and a half, 34 and a half, 34 50 down 5 and 35 50, 35 of a hand, 35 of a hand, 35 of a hand, 35 of a hand, going to be 35 600 and 36 and a half here now, half here now, half here, half here, going to be 36 and a half and 36 and a half here, half here now, half and 30, 6 and a half here, half here, half here. So 3,600. Chris 7. Hereford Paris crippled. Okay. Might have to pair them up at home, bring them back a couple weeks. Not a bad idea. Yeah. 2-year-old, who got 2,000? 2,100 and 21 and 21. Jimmy Dawn 22 and 2 3 and 22 3 and 23 4 and 24 5 and 25 and 25 6 7 and 7 highway 27 8 down 9 3,000 and 3,000 and 1 and 32 32 32 32 32 32 32 33 and 33 4 and 33 4 34 5 and 3,600 and 35 600 and 35 going to be 600 35 going to be 600 35 going to be 3,600 and 35 3,600 35 3,600 going to be 35 36. Chris 3,508. Nice calf. Pretty good bull she had running with her. Yeah, that's right. Are they trying to do it in the alleyway back here? Tell them let's go. Do it out in the pens. 15 of them mamas right there here. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, 60, bit of 60, now 60, and 75, 1, and now 2, good bit 2, 3, 4, 64, 65, 66, 67, and now 8, and 9, and now 9, bit of 9, bit of 9, 2, good behave, good behave, 9 here, 70, and 1, and 71, and 70, 71, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 72, 3, and 72, bit of 3, and 2, bit of 3, 72, bit of 3, 73, bit of 3, 72, 3, and 72, 3, and 72, good bit 3, bit of 3, and 2, bit of 3, bit of 3, and 2, now 3, bit of 3, Chris, 172, 21. 7 to 10-year-olds, they are opening up boys right there, 155 and 55 and 55 and 55. How many got here? 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 2 and a half, 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 going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 7 and a half, and now 70, 170, 170, now 70, and 7, 8, 9, and now 70, 70, going to be 70, 70, 1, and 72, 71, 2, 73, 73, 74, 74 here, 73, 74, and 73, 74, and 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, 74, 73 and a half, 4, 73, you're going to be 4, so at 173, Chris, 21. 72, 73, yard her off, please. Hope they're not colorblind out there. 5-year-olds, they're 5 and 6 months bred. Nice cows, guys. 3,000, 3,100, and 31, and 31, you go on 31, 31, 31, 3,100, here, move on, here, here, going to be 31, 2, and 31, 2, and 32, 32, 32, 32, 31, 2, 31, 2, and 31, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 33, 34, and 34, 34, 34, 35, and 35, 600, and 35, going to be 635, 3600, what about a half, 35, 50, and 35, going to be 35, going to be 35, going to be 35, going to be 35, 50, and 35, bit of that, here, going to be 30, going to be 35 here, so 3,500, Chris 3. Nine-10-year-old or 6 and 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, here, going to be 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, here, 2, Jibit Dillon, 21, 21, 2, Jibit Dillon, 21, 2, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, Dillon, 2,100, Dillon, 2,100. 1-year-olds are 7 and 8 months bred. 25 and 25, 50 and 20, 55 of going to be 25 of 25 of 25 of going to be 26, 7 and 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, going to be 2800 and 27 going to be 2800 and 27 going to be 2800 and 27 going to be 28 and 27, 8, 9 and down high, 9, 20, 9 going to be 20, 9 going to be 20, 900 going to be 20, 9 and 20, 900 down 3 and 3000, I'm going to get 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 3 and 3000. What about a half? Not a half. Now 3, 3000. I'm going to get 3. Now half. 30, 50 and 30, 50 and 30 and a half here. A half here. Going to be 3000, 50 and 30, 50 and a half. Going to be 3 and a half here. Going to be 30, 50 and a half. Going to be 1 and 3100 and 31, 31, 3100 here. 1 here. 1 here. 3100 and 3100 here. 1 here. 1 here. So about 3050. I can't remember his name. Horn. Horn, right? Horn. Okay. 8-year-old cow, 3,500 and pair, 35 and 35. You got 35, 35, 35, 3,500 here, 505 here, 5 here, 5 here, 3,100 and 31 and 31, 31, 31, 31, 3,100 here, 1 here, weigh the cow here, 135, 40 and 30, weigh the cow, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40 and 37 of going to be 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50, $1.50 pound, we get 50, 150 and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5 and 57 of 57 of going to be 60 now, 67 of 60 and 7 of going to be 60, 7 of going to be 60, we get 60 here, Chris, 57 and a half on 15. Chris, 15. Yep.
Hey, come on, come. This way. Hey, you got it in the wrong spot.
Uh-oh. If you want to.
You guys want to bring it right back, or you want us to leave it there?
You watching the football now?
Did y'all? Oh, yeah, I've heard about that Reno. Do I watch what?
Watching football?
No.
No, that's good.
I watch the College World Series baseball games. I'll be damned.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
$1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7, going to get 70, not 2 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 75, going to be 550, and now 77, 50, 80, and now 80, 81, 81, 81, 80, 80, 80, Ricardo, 177 and a half. Two ten, 11, 210, 1250, 210, 12 of 10, 12 of 15, 7 hit and a half, 7 hit and a half, 7 hit and a half, 17, 50 half, 7 hit and a half, 7 hit and a half, 17, 50, 17, bit of a laugh here, going to be 7 hit and a half, 7 hit and a half here, 7 hit and a half here, Cabinet Spool, 215.
Hey, hey, get out of here. Get out of here. Come on, boy.
$2, 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, better with that here, gonna be 250, and 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, gonna be 2.5, we get 2.5, and 2.5 here, Doug, $2.07. Yes, sir. He is $2, 2.5, and 2.5. We get 2.5, and 2.5. We get 5. Going to be 7.5, 7.5, 10, 2.10, 12.5, 10, 12.5, 2.10, 12.5, and 2.10, 12.50, and 10 and 12.5. Going to be 12.5, 15, and 15, 30, 15. We get 15, and 57, 12.5, 15, and 12.5, 15, 30, 15. We get 15, we get 15, we get 15, $15 here. Cameras Bull, 212.5. Light Bull, $1.85, 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 87, 87, going to be 90, we get 2.5, 92.5, 5, and 95, 97.5, 7.5, 7.2, going to be 3, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, 2.5, 5, and 2.5, we get 7.5, 7.5, 7.2, going to be 210, we get 210, 210, 12.5, and 10 and 12, going to be 10, 11, and 210, 211, 11, 210, 211, 11, 11, 11, 211 here, going to be 210, 211, and 211, we get 211, and 210, 11 here, Gibbon Bull, 210X. $2.21, and $2.21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, $2.21, and $2.21, $1, hey, $1, hey, $1, here, going to be $2.21, and $2.21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 10, 11, and $2.10, 2.11, 2.10, 2.11, 2.10, 11, 11, 2.10, 2.11, 11, 11, 11, 2.10, 2.11, and 2.11, we get 2.11, and 2.11, we get 2.11, we get 2.11, we get 2.10, 11 here, Doug 7, 2.10. Eight-year-olds, she's up on here, 135, and 35, 35, 37, 37, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, now 50, 2 and a half, now 5, and 57, 57, going to be 60, now 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 5, Robbie out, 65, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, now 70, and 70, 70, going to be 70, 70, 70, here, Cabinet, 67 and a half. $135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, we get 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, we get 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and 60 now, 60 now, 2 and a half, 60 now, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, we get 70 now, 70, 170, 250, and 75, and 75 here, 75, 50, 77 and a half, 80 here, 180 here, 180 here, going to be 80, 80 give 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, 80, Doug, 177.50 on number 6. Boo, guys, 210, 11, and 210, 11, 210, 11, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, 17, and 17, going to be 18, going to be 19, going to be 20, and 20, and 2, 20 pound, and 20, and 1, and 12, and 12, 2, 12, 2, 12, 2, and 3, and 20, going to be 23, going to be 23, going to be 23, going to be 23, going to be yes, 222, 61. She got on her foot there. Stepped in the PVC pipe hole. 175. 175. Yeah, 75. And 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. Gonna be hot. Or, I don't. Yeah, I guess that's about right. 4-year-old. Yeah. $1.50. $1.50, 2.5, 5, 57 and a half, 57 to 60, and 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 170, 170, 170, 170, and 70, 70, 70, 2.5, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and now 5, and 77 and a half, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, so 175, Ricardo. To 10, and to 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, 22 and a half, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, here, going to be 221, and 222, going to be 222, going to be 23, and 23, to 3, and 23, to 3, and 23, to 4, and 23, to 4, and 23, to 4, and now 4, and 24 here, 24, 25, 23, to 4, and 3, to 4, dollar here, so about 223, S61, 223. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 2.5, we get 5, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 10, going to be 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, and how 10, we get 210, we get 210, 11, and 210, 11, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 210, 11, 11, 11, 11, 210, 11 here, S, 210, 61, X. Thank you for not kicking sand all over us, Antone. Thank you. He looked like he was about ready. Yeah, bull. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, now 1, and 221, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 221, 31, 2, 1, 2, and 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 21, 2, 21, going to be $2.21, now 2, here, sort of a 221, S61. To 10, and to 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12, 5, going to be 10, 12, 5, going to be 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 221, and 221, 222, 23, 22, 34, and 23, 4, 5, and 25, 26, and 26, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, $8, and 27, 8, now 9, jigga 9, now 9, $9, 30, going to be 30, 1, and 30, 31, 2, 32, 3, and 33, 3, and 33, 3, 4, 33, 4, $33, 4, 33, 4, 33, 4, going to be 33, 4 here, so about 233, S61. 55, 55, and 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, now 5, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 170, 170, 170, 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, going to be 171, 2, Jigavon, Jace, and 71, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, Chris, 170, 120. I didn't know if you was stirring or shaking. Maybe both. Maybe both. She's a 5-year-old. She's a 7 months bred. Who give $1,000 on her? Everybody in the house ought to be bidding. 1,100 and 10, 11 and 10, 11. 10, 11, 10, 11, and 12 and 12 and 13, 13, 14, 1,500, 16, 17 and 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 2 and 2,001 and 12 and 12 and 22, 22, 22, 21, 2,200 and 22, 3 and 23, 3, 4, 23, 4, 5 and 25, 2,600 and 25, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 here. Going to be 2,700 and 27, 7, 7, 7, 7 here. Going to be 2,700 here. Chris, 2,600 on 3. $55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 67 to 70, and down here 70, now 70, 70, and down 70, going to get 70, going to be 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, Chris, 67.5 on 20. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7-year-old, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, and 55, 60 there, 60 there, 55, 55, 60, and 55, going to be 60, going to be 60 now, 60, 55 now, 65, and 70, 70 now, 70, 165, 70, 70, 70, Jason, 165, 30. $135, 35, now 35, 35, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 59, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, you get 5, 57, 57, 60, and now 57, going to be 62 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 3, 4, and now 4, 5, and now 6, 66, 65, 6600, and 67, 7, top roll, you're allowed, 6800, and now 8, now 9, 70, going to be 70, now 70, yeah, 70, and here, I go 70 down, 70 here, Doug, 169 on 5. 2 years, she's 8 months bred, rather 2,500 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 50, and 25 and a half here, 5 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, going to be 25 and a half, going to be 2,600 and 26 and a half, and a half, 7 and a 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 2,800 and 28 here today, 800 here, a bit of an 8 and a half, and 28 and a half, and 28 and a 9, and now 9 here, going to be 2,900, and now 9, bit of 900, bit of 9 here, going to be 29 here, down 9, and now 9, bit of 9, bit of 9 here now, 900 and a half, not a half, not a half, not a half, not a half, and 3, and 3,000, I better get 3, took up a half, now 3, and 3,000, I better get 3,000, I better get 3,000, I'm going to be 31, and 32, and 32, 1, 2, 3, and 33, better get 3, and 33, better get 3, 33, better get 3, 4, and 33, better get 4, going to be 33, better get 4, going to be 33, better get 433 now, 400, now 33, better get 4, sold 3,300. Dobbs, Mr. Dobbs, thank you. 10 years and she's 6 months of bread, guys. Right there, here, $1.55 and 55 and 55 and 57. Going to be 60 now, 5, 70 now, 5. Going to be 80, 5. Going to be 90 and 90 and 90 here. 190, 190, 190 here. 190 here. Going to be 85, 90, 85, 90 here. 190, 90, 90, 90 here. 85, 90. This 185 on 7. $55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 60, and down 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, get 2 and a 5, and get 3 and a half, 4, and half 3 and a half, 4, you get 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 3, get $4.45, and get about 666, 65, 600, and get about 6 here, 5, going to be 6 here, Kevin is 365, but I'm on number 10. 5-year-old guys right there here, 175 and 75. Here's 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80 here, 180, 180 here, 75, give 80, and 75, 80 here, 80, 5, 90, 190, and 90 here, 190, 190 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, Ricardo, 185. Fifty-five, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2.5, 5, and 65, 65, 65, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7, 70, now 70, 170, 2.5, 72.5, 5, and 75, 5 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, Chris, 72.5, 20.
They got their yard outs ready. Hey, we'll just go this way. Till they get caught up, I guess. Did you see that fish Chachi caught? Did you see that on Facebook? I had to hold him for the picture.
Okay. Wow.
It was a big one. No, we went to Buddy Munn's farm pond last night. Took him, kind of celebrated his birthday yesterday, getting the end ready for the race start plate. Took him there and then took him fishing and I'm just the driver. I feel like just drive kids around wherever they want to go.
Pretty good little heifer calf, hook of 1,000 order. 10, 1100, and 10, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, we get 30, 13, we get 13, we get 13. Don't look at him, look at me. 14, and 15, and 1500, 15, and 50, 50, 50, we get 15, and 14 and a half, 14 and a half, and 14 and a half, 14 and a half, going to be 15, and 15, we get 15, we get 15, we get 1500, and 15, 15, we get 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 15, here, West, 14 and a half, 0. Good job, young man.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This will try him as a pair, guys. 2,000. 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, group 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, and 26, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, group 2700, and 27, group 28, 9, and 93, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 32, 32, 33, 33, 33, 34, and 34, and 33, 4, group 33, 4, group 33, 4, 5, 30, 500, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, and 3500, here, 505, here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Sold her 3,400. Richard Crum. Brad. You got his number? Yeah. Okay. 210. Thank you, Richard. 210, 11, and 210, 11, and 210, 11, and 210, 11, 11, and 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, going to be 15, going to be 16, going to be 17, going to be 18, going to be 19, going to be 20, hit pond, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, 5, and now 600, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 8, 27, 8, 27, 8, middle of 30, 30, going to be 30, hit pond, and 31, 2, 32, 32, 33, 33, 33, 4, and 34, 5 here, 5 here, 600, and 35, 36, 5, 6, and 35, 36 here, 5, 6 here, so about 235, S61. I don't know how much of that tequila you do on Sunday nights, but we're going to have to kind of tone her down just a scotch. Supposed to heal the inside wounds, isn't it? It's supposed to help you from the inside. Reseller for you, okay. $55, and 55, and 55, 57, going to be 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 61, 2, and then 230, 3, and 3, 63, 4, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 5 here, 5 here, yes, 164, 2. $165, as it get 5, has it get 5, 7 and a half, 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 70, 70, and 72 and a half, and 72.50, and 75 here, 75, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, 67, and 77, 70, 70, 70, and 80, and high 81 here, good 81, 81, 81, 2, 82, 81, 82, and down to 83, 83, 83, Doug, 182, on 5. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 60, and hand 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 5, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, and 67 and a half, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 here, 7 here, cabinets 165. Yuck, boo, 225, 225, 25, 25, and 225, 5 here, 2 and 5, and 205, 5 here, 5 here, 205, and 205 here, 5 here, going to be 155, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 60, 55, and 70, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, 175, 80, 5, 85, 80, 90, 190, 195, 95 here, 95, 95, 95 here, 95, Ricardo, 190 on 7. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 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 750, and 7 70, and half 70, 70, 70, going to get 70, now 70, and 70, get 70, 70, 70, 70, dog gas, 70, and 70, 70, 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, here, 70, down 70, 170, 170, 9, now 9, now 70, now 1, now 2, now 3, 73. D, 172, 3. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, going to be 30, now 30, now 30, who get 30, and 25, 30, now 5, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, without 45, and 45, and 40, 45, going to be 40, 45, going to be 40, 45 here, Jace, 140, 30.
Watching the cow, John. You got it fine, hey. Just a little crazy. Sorry, we're gonna go out quick as possible.
Starter. How much? Ah, she's worth more than that, isn't she? $1. $5. $5 and $105 here, good to be $105 here, good to be $105, 55, 55, 50 cents a pound, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, he might be right, 55, and 55, 10 cents a pound, 15, he's right, I was wrong, at least I admit it, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 65, 65, that's 60. 1X. It's hard to admit that at my house. Okay, right there, here, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, just take your guys here, 55, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 62 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 172 and a half, and 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, now 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, here's on 170, D3. Seven years old here, 55, and 55, and 57, and 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7, 70, 170, 172, down 1, and 71, and 70, 72, 71, 2, 73, 73, 74, 4, 73, 4, and 74, 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, and half for Chris, 173, 20. I'm not very good at this.
It's I'm not coming back. You're good.
I mean, I'm not coming back. This is my last week.
Huh?
What do you mean I'm not coming back?
I'm not coming back.
Where are you going?
I gotta go back.
I thought she was leaving. She was going to be gone. That'll be 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 10, good to be 10, 15, good to be 20, 85, good to be 30, 85, good to be 40, and 5, and 50, and 50, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you guys trying to bid? 55, and 55 here, 5 here, Chris, 150, number 15.
Antonio.
Jeepers creepers.
What'd that hat cost?
$1.50. $1.55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 2.5, and 2.5, 65, and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Doug, 62.5 on number 7.
For a straw hat? $400 for a straw hat?
Ah.
Where'd you get it at? Watch your back.
65, and 65, 70, 70, 172.5, 75, 75, 77.5, 80, 82.5, group 2.5, 5, 87.5, group 87.5, group 90, 90 here, 92.5, 92.50, and 102.5, group 5, and 95 here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, Doug, 192.5, 7. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Doug, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 51, and 55, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, Doug, 154.7. $2.10, 11, and $2.10, 11, $2.10, 11, $2.10, 11, 11, 11, $2.01, and $2.01, here, $1, 2, we get 2, we get 3, and 4 here, 5 here, go to 2, 105, 600, and 6 here, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, $8, and 2, 7, go to 208, and 7, go to 2, oh, hey, go to 7 online, go to 2, oh, hey, 9, and we get $9, go to 9, we get 9, go to 9, we get 9 here, sold 208, put them on David Layer on the internet.
When was your birthday?
Oh, you still got that 10 cents a pound? We'll just start them right there and go. 20 cents a pound, 30 cents a pound, 40 cents a pound, 50, 60, 70, 80 cents a pound. Sold at 70, Doug, 6. Big guy. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 125 here, 125, and 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 20, 30, and 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30 here, 125, 3.
No. Yes. You handle it.
That way I don't get in trouble. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 7, 60, and 2.5, 5, and 5, 72.5, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75, 75, and 5 here, Ricardo, 172.5. 135, yeah, 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 5 here, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 40, you get 40, you get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 47 and a half, and 40, you get 7 and a half, going to be 40, you get 7 and a half, going to be 40, now 7 and a half, Doug, 145, 5. You done, William? $35 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40. She got a baby. Okay. Got a whole. She's got a bunch of babies. She's got a bunch of babies. $135 and 35. There looks like 7 and 8 year olds guys here. 35 and 35, 37, going to be 40 and 42 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45, 47, going to be 50. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half. 57 and 57 and 60 and 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. 5 and 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 70. You get 70 and 2 and a half. And 70 and 2 and a half. 5 and 75 here. 75 here. 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 and 75 and 5 here. 175 here, 175 here, Jace, 172 and a half, 30. $55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 3, we get 3, and 2, 3, 4, and half 4, and half 5, and 600, and 600 here, 5, going to be 67, and 7, 7, 7, 7, $8, and now here, about 1,000, now 8, and now 9, going to be 9, we get 9, going to be 9, 70, we get 70, now here, 70 point, and 70, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, get 2, and 72, 72, 71, 2, and 72, 1, 2, that's 171, 2. I didn't know anything about it. Huh? All right, guys, for the 2,000, 2,100, and 21, 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 2,100, 2,100, and 21, 2,100 here. No cheaper guys here. 21, and 21, 21, 2,100 here. 21, 21, 91, and 2,100, and 2,100 here. 1, here, 2,100 here. Not 2, and 22, 3, and 23, and 23, going to be 23, going to be 2 and a half, 3, and 23, 50. And 23 and a half here, half and a half here, you're going to be 23 and a half, and 23 and a half here, half 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24 and half 4, and 24, you get 4 here, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, and 2,400 going to be 24, and 2,400 going to be 2,400 going to be 20 and half 400 going to be 2,400 here, so at 23.50, put them on Doug, on 10. 5-year-old, 35, and 35, and 35, 3,500, 505, 3 and 1, and 31, and 3,100, 1, here, going to be 3,100, and 31, and 31, and 30 and 100, here, 1, here, 31, 32, and 32, 32, and 3, and 33, 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 4, and 34, and 34, 34, 34, 33, 4, and 33, 4, going to be 33, 4, going to be 33, 4, going to be 33, 4, 34, and 5, and 35, and 35, here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 3,500, here, 5, here, going to be 4, 5, and 3,500, here, 600, and 35, 3,600, and 35, 3,600, here, 35, 36, here, 5, 6, so 3,500. Dobbs. Here's a 5-year-old right there, here, 25, and 25, here, 25, and 2,500, here, 5, here, going to be 2,500, and 25, here, 25, 5, here, 5, here, 5, here, going to be 2,500, and 25, and 2,500, here, 5, here, 5, here, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 22, 22, and 3, and 23, 4, 24, and 5, and 25, 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 26, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, 5, 600, and 25, going to be 2,600 here, Macklemore, 2,500.
This is what you've been waiting for, Johnny. Look at that baby. You seen your note?
Yes, I saw my note.
What's it say?
Says don't even think about the Lydia Jones.
Lydia Jones.
Hang on a second.
Huh? No, I've got it.
$1,000 on the pair. 1,100, 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 15, going to be 17, 17, 19, 19, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, 19, 21, 2, and 2, 3, and 23, 3, 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, going to be 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 2,500, and 600, and 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, 25, now 26, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, going to be 26, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 700, going to be 27, now you're out now, 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 2,700, and 27, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 2,700, here, going to be 2,700, 2,700, here, going to be 7, here, going to be 7, Doug, 2,600, 11.
Don't put that one in. You got an auction.
Two by eight, $1,000. 11, 12, and 13, and 13, going to be 15, going to be 17, going to be 19, and 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 24, 24, 5, and 25, and 25, going to be 25, 600, and 25, going to be 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, 25, now 6, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, going to be 25, going to be 2,600, and 25, going to be 26, Doug, did you bid? 26, 2,600. 25 going to be 6, and 25 going to be 2,600 here. Got 25 6. Ricardo 2,500. She'd die having it.
Hope she's not bred to Charlet. I hope she's not bred to Charlet Bull.
$55 and $55 and $55. You got 55, 7.5, 57, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 60, and now 60, 60, 60, and 7.5, going to be 60 now, 67, going to be 60, and 7.5, going to be 67, going to be 60 here now. Sold 157.5, Chris 15. They're 8, 9-year-olds, 6, 7 months bred. One just a little hitch and they'll get along. She's going to be there, guys. 2,500. Heavy bred cows right there. 25, 25, 50, and 25 of the value. Going to be 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 2,600 and 2,600 and 25 of the value. Going to be 2,600 5 of the value. Going to be 2,600 5 of the value. Going to be 2,600 and 25 of the value. Going to be 2,600 and 25 of the value. Going to be 2,600 here 5 of the value. Going to be 26 and 25 of the value. Going to be 2,600 5 of the value. Going to be 2,600 here. Yes, 25.50 on 7. $55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 60, and 2.5, 2.5, 5, and 5, 7, 7, 70, 70, 2.5, 72, 50, and 70, 2.5, going to be 70, 2.5, going to be 72.5, 5, and 75, and 75 here, 75 there, 75 here, D, 72.5, 3. Five months bred. Nice cow. Nice cow, guys. 2,500 and 25, yeah, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25 and 2,500 here, 5 here, 2,001 and 2,100 and 22, going to be 22, 3 and 23, 4 and 5 and 26 and 25 of the pound, 25, 600 and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 here, going to be 2,700 and 27 and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 700, going to be 2,700, going to be 2,700, going to be 2,700. How sold 26.5. What's the name? Jones, Mr. Jones. Thank you, guys. What kind of sale we got going on today? I should have taken off this week. 135 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here. $1 pound, 105 and 105. Going to get 15, going to be 110, going to get 15, going to be 121, 21, 21, 25 and 25 and 30. Going to get 30, 135, going to get 35, 40 here. Going to be 140 and 40, 40, 40. Going to get 40, going to get 40, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 40, 40. Going to get 40, going to get 40, going to get 40, going to get 40 here. Ricardo, 135. Five-year-old cows right there, here, 110, 110, 20, and 10, 20, here, 20, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, 150, 150, 150, and 50, 60, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and 70, 170, 170, 70, here, 170, and 70 there, 70, 165, 3. 7 years, 5 months here, 3,000, 3,100, and 31, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, and 3,100 here, 1, here, 3,000, and 31, and 3,100 here, 1, here, Mace, 3,000, Mace, 3,000. 8x3 coming in. Eight years and 3 months. There, 25 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 50 and 25 of the van. Going to be 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 25, 50 and 25 and a half, half and a half, half and a half, half and a half, half of the van. Going to be 25 of the van. Going to be wire again, guys. 155 and 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 75, 75 and 75, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here. 85 here, Ricardo, 180, nothing. Well, here, $5 and $105 here. Go to 105, going to 5 and 10 and 15, going to be 20, going to 5, going to be 30, going to 5, 35, 35, 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, going to be 145, 50 and 50, 10, 50, 10, 7 and a half and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50 and 40, going to 7 and a half, going to be 47 and a half here. Go to this 145, 3. $225 and $225 and 25, 29, 30, 10, hard and 32, 33, 33, 33, 33, and 3 and 33, 33 and 35 and 35, going to be 7, 37, 35, 7, 6, 7 and 37, maybe to get 38, 38, 38, 39, going to be 9, going to get 40 and 40 and 1 here, 41 here, 41, 41, 41 and 40, 41 here, 1 here, 1 here, 7, put 1, 240, put 1 S61, 240 S61. 3 years and she's 4 months bred. 35, 3,500 and 3,500 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 3,500 here with 3,000 here with 1 and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31 and 31 2 with 1 hand now 2 going to be 2 now half here going to be 2 and a half to 3 and 33 to 3 and 33 to 3 going to be 33 to 3 going to be 33 to 3 3,300 and 33 33 33 33 33 33 to 3 33 to 3 Chris 32.50 on 3. $0.50 a pound. 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and now 5, now 70, we get 70, we get 5, going to be 80 now, 80, 75, give 80 and 5, 85 here, 85 here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 80 and 5 here, S, 80 on 1. 2 years old here, $2 a pound, 210.20, and 210.20, 210.20, and 210.20, we get 210.20, 210.20, and 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, and 210.20, now 30, and now 30, 40, we get 40, now 40, 50, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 60, and 250, 60, you're going to be 2 and a half, we get 260, you're going to be 2 and a half, we get 260, you're going to be 2 and a half, we get 60, and tone, 250. $55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, we get 250, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, now 70, and 70, get 70, there, going to be 70, we get 70 here, 67 and a half, 2. Three years old. She's 4 months bred. 2,000. 2100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, 1, have 1, 2, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, 1, 2, here, 21, 200, 1, get 2, and 21, 2, 1, 2, and 3, and 23, 3, and 3, 4, and 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, Chris, 2300, on 3, Chris 3. 9.2, she's lame here, 135, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 40, and half 40, 142 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 47, 47, 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, sound 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 67 and a half, and 60, 7 and a half, going to be 60, 7 and a half, Cameron, that's 165, nothing. Do it again. 10 by 4, 135, and 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, you get 5, you get 50, 155, 55, 60, and now 60 here, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, and 57, 5, you get 50, 60, and now 62 and a half, you get 2 and a half, and now 2 and a half, 5, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and 5, and has 5, and 5 here, 5 here, Dylan, 162 and a half. Jojo. Six-year-old cow. She's 5 months bred. She just somebody's pet. $3,031. 31. You go 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. Hey, she might not see the best of the world. $1.35. 35.40 and 35.40 and 45, 45, 50 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 105, 70, 170 and 73, 175, 175, give 80, $1.80, $1.85, now 90, 195, $2 a pound, 205. 205 and 205, $5 here, Mace, $2 a pound. 4 and open here, $1.50, $1.55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 185, 85 here, 185, 5 here, 85, 5 here, Chris, 180, 3X. Hi, Jeeves. $10 years, 4 months. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 60, and now 5, 75, 75, 75, 175, 75, 75, 80, 5, 85, 185, 85 here, 85, 90, 5, and 95 here, 195, 5 here, Chris, 190, 16X. $10 by 5 here, 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 60, 65, and 75, 70, 75, and now 80, and now 80 there, 75, 80 there, 80 here, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, and 75, 80, and 75, 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, 80 here, sold 175, Ricardo, straight. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 7, 7, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, now to 60. Now 60, now 1, 62, 62, and now 2, 3, 3, and 3, 4, and now 3, 4, 5, now 64, and 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4 here, Cavaniss, 163, nothing. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, and 55 here, 5 here, 2 and a quarter, and 225, 30, and 225 and 30, we get 230, we get 230, and 25, we get 30, and 25, get 30, we 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 get 30, down 30, Ricardo, 225. I'm lost. Four years, she's 2 months bred. Who get 1,500 on her? 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 50, 50, 16, 16 and a half here, now 17, half, 18, half, 18, 50, 18 and a half here, 18, 50, 18 and a half here, 18, 50 and a half here, 18 and a half here, Ricardo, 1,800. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25 and 30, we get 30 and 5, and 35, 40, we get 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40 here, Doug, 135, 5X. Eight-year-old, she's 6 months bred. $1. Bless you. 105 and 105 and 105 here. We're going to be 105. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. And 5 here. 10. We're going to be 110, 115, and now 20 and 21, 21, 25, 125, 30, and now 30. We get 30. We get 30, 20, 30, now 5 and 35, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, and 40, 40, 40. We get 40. Going to be 40 and 35, 7 and a half, 40, and now here 40, now 2 and a half, and 42 and a half. We get 2 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 and a half here. Dylan 140. Dylan 140. Well, here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 60, and now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and to get about 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, now 70, and 70, 70, 70, we get 70, we get 70, Chris, 67 and a half, 20. Lunch break. Six years and she's 7 months bred. 2100 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 103, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, and 500, and 25, 600, and 25, 55, and 25, 25, 600, and 26 and a half. Now half 7, and 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 800, and 29, and now 9, 9, and 9, 9, 3, and 3,000, 3, going to be 25, 3,000, going to be 25, 3,000 here, maced, 2,900. 5-year-old guys here, 155 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 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 70, and half 70, and 70, half one, and 70, 72, 71, 2, 71, 2, 3, and 73, 74, 74, 73, 74, 73, 74, 73, get 4, and 73, we get 4, and 3, 74 here, S, 173, 2. $1 pound, 105, and 105 here, going to be 105, we get 5, we get 5, and 10, going to be 110, we get 15, 115, 20, and 25, 25, 25, and 30, we get 30, we get 5, 40, and now 5, we get 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45 here, 5 here, going to be 145, and 45 here, 40, we get 5 here, 45 here, Ricardo, 140. Taco meat's getting a little higher. Did you go up in prices? 6 years, 7 months here, 2100 and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 21, 2, and 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, dealing down 3 half, and 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 25, and 25, 55 and a half, 5 and a half, going to be 26 and a half, 7, and 27, 7, and 7, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27, going to be half, 750, Dobby, 2700. Dobbs, or however you, is it Dobbs? 3 and open, $2. 210.20 and 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, we're going to be 210.20 and 210, 220 and 210.20 and 10, 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20 and 30, we get 30, going to be 30, 40, 240, 230, 240 and 30, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40 here, S, 230, 11X.
Okay.
$55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35 and 35, we get 35, we get 35, 35, 40 and 35, 45, we get 45, 45, 50 and $50, 47 and a half, 50 and 50, 57 and a half, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, now 50 here, Doug, 47 and a half, 5. $55 and 55 and 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 172 and a half, 75 and 75, 75, 73, 75, 73, 75, 73, 5 and 77 and 75, we get 77, 75, 77, cabinets, 175, 3. Landon, I thought you died. Nothing. How you been? $55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 62 and a half, and 5, as you get 5, as you get 5, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72, 50, and 72 and a half, J Shaft, 71, 2, and 71, 2, 71, 2, 71, 2, 72, 3, and 73, 73, 74, and 74, 74, 73, 74, 75, 75, 75, 75, 74, 75, and 76, and 75, 76, Jace, 175, 30. 4 years, she's 5 months bred, 2100 and 21 and 2100 here, 21 here, 21, 21, 22 and 23, we get 3 and 23, we get 3 and 23, we get 4 and 24, we get 5 and 25, 600 and 25, 2600 and 26, 7 and 7, 7, 800, 800 and 27, going to be 2800, 9 and now 9, we get 3 and 3000, we get 31 and 31, 2, 1, 2, going to be 31, 2 and 31, 2, 1, 2, 1, we get 2, Chris, 3100. 3. That'll be 105 and 105 here. We're going to 105, we get 5, 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 now 5 and 10. We're going to be 110, 15 and 20 and 21, 25 and 25, 25, 30, we get 30 and 30, now 5 here, 35, 35, 35, 35 and 35 here, 5 here, 5 here, Doug, 130 on 5, X. Not a bit, 105, and 105 here, good to 105, good to 5, good to 5, good to 5, good to 5, and 10, good to be 110, good to 15, good on 20, and 21, 21, 21, 20, now 5, and 25, 25, 25, and 30, good to 30, now 5, and 35, 35, 35, 40, good to 40, good to 40, 45, and 45 here, 40, now 5, and 45 here, 45 here, 50, 50, 5, and 55, 60, and now 5, and now 70, 70, 170, Ricardo, 165. Six-year-old, she's 6 months bred, 3,000. She's 7 months bred, even better. Maybe not. Maybe not. 3,000. I know it. 2,500. 25 and a half, 600, and 26 and a half, 7, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 800, 8 and a half, 9, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 950, and 20, 9 and a half, 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 going to be 29, going to be half 3,000. Sold 29 and a half, Dobbs. Here's a pretty cow right there here, 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 70, and 2 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be 70, 80, and now 80 here, 1, 81 here, 81 here, 81 here, 181, 81, 80 here, S, 180, put on S, 21. Doesn't look like it's snowing through here. You see that? Going on. Not a bit, 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, good to get 10, and 15, good to be 20, good to get 5, good to be 30, good to get 5, good to get 40, good to get 5, good to get 45, 55, and 55, and 60, and now 60 there, 60, 7 and a half, 60, and 7 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half. Cabin is 160. Probably that bird's probably landed on something up there and got all that dust spinning around. One 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 5 here, 40, and 35, 40, down 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 5, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, you get 50, 50, 150, 150, 150, and 50, 50, 50, 10, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 60, and 60 here, 60, 60 here, Doug, 57 and a half, 5. Eight-year-old, she's 6 months, daughter. 105, and 105, going to be 110, going to be 20, going to get 30, going to get 40, going to get 50, $60, 50, 60, 70, 180, 180, 180, 170, give 80, and 70, 80 here, 180 here, 80 here, Dylan, 170. Way the boat, $2. 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 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 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and now 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, going to be 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 9, 10, and 9, 10, a little bit of a 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, here, going to be 10, 11, and 2, 11, we get 2, 11, we get 2, 11 here, so about 210, Doug, 7. 6. Kind of a 6.5, Doug. Light bow, 185. 85 there. Group of 87. Group of 90. Group of 2.5. 95. 95. 97. Group of 2. And 2.5. 5. And 2.5. Group of 7. Group of 210. 12.5. 210. 12.5. 210. 12.5. 15. And 15. 17.5. 17.5. 17. 15. And 20. And 10. 20. Group of 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 20. Same way. 217.5. Yep. 6.5. $1.50. $1.55. And 55. You can buy 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.50. $1.50 pound here. $50 pound. 110. And $110 here. 110 here. 110, 10, 10 here. 10, 20. And pound 20. And 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, 40, 30, 40, 40, 50. $1.40 pound 50. Your third. $1.50. $1.50 pound 40, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50 here. 140 on one. Nine, 10-year-old cows are 5 months bred. I'd like to have $1.40. 142.5, 5, and 45, 47, going to be 50, and 2.5, not 5, and 57, 57, going to be 61, 60, 160, and 63, 160, 160, around 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 65, and 65, and 3, 5, and now 5, 7, here, 7, 7, 7, now 9, and now 9, going to be 7, now 9, going to be 7 here, going to be 9, now 9, here, sort of 167, Gavin is 10. Open cows here, 55, and 55, and 55, 57, 57, going to be 62 and a half, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and 70, 70, 70, even get 70, even get 70, going to be high, going to be 70, going to be 70, 70, and high, going to have 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, here, 170 on 2. Two times money, 35, and 35, you can buy 35, 35, 35, 35, 5 here, 5 here, 5, you can buy 35, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 37, and 37, and 7, and 40, and 40, 40, 40, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we're going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45 here, 5 here, 5, and 5, and 45 here, 45, 7 and a half, and 47 and a half, 46, 7, and 47, 800, 9, 50, 50, we get 50, and 1, and 50, 52, 51, 2, 3, and 53, 53, 53, 4, 53, 54, 53, 54 here. Cabinet 153, nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Eight by what? 8 by 6 and 10 by 5. Nice cows, guys. Come over here at Mustang. 2100, 21, yeah, 21, 21, 21, 22, and 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 1, 2, going to be 2200, and 21, we can do 3, and 23, we can do 4, and 5, and 2600, and 26, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Mr. Horn, you're out. 2700, 2700, 2700, 2800, 2800, Horn, 2700. Weigh the cow to here, 155, and 55, and 55, you can buy 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, and 57, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57, 50, and 57, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, going to be half, and 57 and a half here, Chris, 155, 21. 3-year-olds, 250. 250, 2-year-olds, 255, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 65, and 65, 70, 275, and 75, 80, 85, 85 here, 85 here, go to 285, 85, 5 here, 85 here, yes, 280, 11X.
Highest ones.
155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 62 and a half, you 2 and a half here, half here, half here, Doug, 160 on 5.
How many babies? 3?
155, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, south high, 5, and half 5 here, 5 here, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 6, 7, and 7 and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 67, and 7 and 7, 7, 67, and 67 and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 7, we get 7, here, going to be 7, here, going to be 7, so 166 given.
Yep. Hold 5 of them in there. Gonna get one. Watch your back. Watch your back.
Just bring 5 back. Okay. He had him.
On a 2?
Outside go to 2.
Wait, the ones on outside go on a 2?
Yes.
Okay, those ones outside are going to be a given 2. I'm going to change them to
These are straight. How many was there?
well, there was 9 total. We took 5
4.
off, so 4.
They already put them on straights? Hey, they put them on straights already. Do you need to let one more out?
Yeah, just
This will work? This is it. Okay.
okay, we need to let one of these off. Let one of these off and put those with you.
Hold the tag number.
Okay.
Okay, close tape. Okay. Let me relay them. And then, can you tell me what that tag number was that went off? Well, I guess it doesn't matter what it says. 90, 88, 85,
82.
82 is the one that went out.
No, 84 went out. So that outside should be 81, 84, 86.
And here's 82, 90, 88, so 85, right? Okay. It's just the same money.
Are these the Yenny?
Okay, these are going to be a given 2.
Go back and look back on the last one.
No, it doesn't matter.
What?
They'll just take these ones. I just took these.
No.
What are they?
I'm going to say a choice. Are they 3 heifers? 2 bulls and a heifer.
The Baldy's the heifer.
The Baldy's the heifer. 2,500. 1,000, 8,000 here, 1,000 here, 1,000 here, going to be 11, 1,100, and 11, 10, 11, 11, selling choice, 11, going to be 12, and 1,200, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, and 1,415, and 1,515, and 1,515 here, 14, 15, and 1,500 by there, 1,515, 16, and 1,600, and 15, going to be 1,615, 16, now 17, and 17, going to be 17, 17, now 17, now 17, what are it? 1,700, 17, 18, 1,800, 1,800, 18, 19, and 19, 18, 19, 18, 1900, 18, 19, who? 18 and 1900, 1900, 18, 19, and 19, 1900, 18, 19, I got him at 18, 19, 1900, 19, and 19, 18, 1900, you're out now, 1900, 1900, he said he wanted her. 1,900. Sold 1,800. Terry. 1. He takes the. Which one do you want, Terry? This will be interesting. He takes the heifer. All right. Sell choice again. We got 2 bull cash right there here. Going to be 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 1,100 here. 1,000, 1,100. 10, 11, 11, 11, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100. Going to be 1,000, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. 1,000. Going to be 1,100. Going to be 1,000, 1,100. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 1,100. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 1,100. 1,100. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 1,100. 1,100. 1,100. 1,100. 1,100. 1,000. Going to be 1,100. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 1,100. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 11. Going to be 100,000. Going to be 11. Going to be 100. Sold 1,000. Ricardo 7 takes a big one.
The big one.
Ricardo 7, and we're gonna hold off the small one.
You don't want that little one to get you. Watch him.
500. 550 and 5 going to be 6.5 and now 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 of 800 here 8.5 850 850 850 850 50 and a half here 8.5 here 8.5 here Collins $800 Collins LaFoe. I think it's Kollins. I think it's his with the Y. I don't know. Yeah.
Why didn't you buy? Oh yeah. That's it.
Well, that's going to be it for our sale today, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all have a good rest of your Monday afternoon. We'll see some of y'all back here at 9 o'clock in the a.m. See you tomorrow.